Alright, how you doing, guys? What's up, what's up? Wait, why is the game not... Oh, there we go. Just taking a second here for the game to load up. How are we doing today? We finally back to the to our normal time. Sorry, I was just reading something on Discord. Jimmy, what's up? Good morning. Let me pull the YouTube chat here. Okay, live chat, and pull him over. There we go. All right. All right, so we can do a couple of things today. We can either go level a bit more on Altides and farm a bit more keys, or we can go level our gems. Gems would also give us some keys, and gems will always be an upgrade for damage, right? I'm kind of inclined to go farm gems, because you will also get keys, right? And the gems will always be an upgrade, especially for survivability. Yeah, I think we might just do that. So we'll try to get some escalations over here. I mean, we can do both, right? There's kind of nothing stopping me from doing both. Yeah, why not? We can, for example, do this, right? Do double escalation and one Altide. Yeah, sure. I do have to get some escalations going here. I do have some. They're not the best, but it is what it is. The first one you just kinda have to settle. We could go for like Paragon 300 and whatnot, sure. But Paragon, like after 270 or something like that, it's not really gonna be increasing our damage that much, nor survivability. I'd rather just get the gems, because the gems will increase our damage and survivability. And farm some mythics as well, right? That it's gonna be what's actually gonna increase our will actually increase our damage and survivability, right? What we got here? 7 minutes, 32 minutes actually. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna open the chests yet, just so I don't have to basically organize gear. Let's pop these 3 things. So the idea is, actually I should do this on the other side, right? Yeah, just better. Yes, we do have some whispers here, but F it. Actually, this is a... Well, I'm gonna actually do this then. Because we found one here, but we're gonna go to the other side for the Hell Rims. We're still going to be doing this until we have the 2nd level of being chased. And then we'll just go hunt Hell Rims. Well, you'll farm gems, excavation dungeons. Getting the skull reserves and all of that is incredibly good. It's, I believe it's the best way to get gems this season. Let's check up here, there should be 2 of them. Any specific war plan for that? Just the middle one that allows you to... like this one over here. It allows you to pick multiple branching ways, right? It gives you 2 extra options. And that just basically increases the chance of you finding... nightmare dungeon affixes that you care about. That's about it. The other one, it's also nice because it gives you, like, going to the left side also gives you a bit of extra loot per dungeon, right? But it's not that big of a deal. It's just a plus, basically. You're just gonna get 750 before we start opening chests, because opening chests also progresses the hunt state. And I don't wanna proc the hunt state as much as I can avoid it. Don't wanna fill it up. That thing just spawned in front of my face. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Need to proc like 3 or 4 extra hell rooms and we should have enough. There's a couple of them in here. Suppose not. Oh, why did I unmount? That was random. There's one over here. Nope, I guess. Damn. These all rooms are being non-cooperative, huh? There we go. I don't know to what degree I'm gonna be picking up these boss materials, I'm not gonna lie. But whatever. Okay, only a couple more. Do I recommend target crafting Grandfather's the First Mythic? Yup. It's the biggest damage boost you can get. It's incredibly good. I don't have it yet, but that's because I've been quite unlucky while crafting iconics. I've not gotten a single Grandfather. So do you encounter other players or maps? Yep. I don't think I encountered non-solo self-found, but if you're on solo self-found, I can still see those people around. We're just not seeing a lot of people because for two reasons, right? People are more split across the servers, and it's probably harder for a lot of people, especially if you're not playing like Barbarian or Rogue, to get to T12. So that definitely also does not help, right? What's up, Shooty? How are you doing? We're finally back to our usual timing. Our usual streaming time. I actually have a normal sleeping schedule for a bit now. Until the next season comes out. Oh yeah, but look at the time for the next season. It's gonna land right after or even during BlizzCon, right? They're probably gonna announce something related to the season on BlizzCon. I don't think it's gonna be anything massive, right? Because we just had the expansion. But like, considering that they have made these two seasons kinda short, right? The last season was like 2 months, and this one is gonna be 2 months and a half. One they are normally like 3.5. Leads me to believe they are trying to do something. Like if it was just your average season, it would be, you know, they would not bother, I would imagine, to try and line it up. I will not be going to BlizzCon because it's all the way in the USA, right? So I'll probably be one of the few that will not be going. For Iconics is the best way just from Blacksmith? Yes. Like you were saying, the other sources just have a... Wait, where the hell did my... I hear them, where are they? Okay. The other sources just have a lot more chances to give you a bunch of the other mythics, right? They say the reason of why we can only have uncrafted mythic? Nope. They have not. I was expecting them to do something related to it yesterday/today, but doesn't seem like anything is gonna happen, so unlucky. It's definitely gonna hurt their seasonal retention. But we'll see if they stick with it or not. Like the way it is implemented, it feels somewhat like a rushed decision. Because it feels like it doesn't consider the, like, it doesn't consider anything else besides the one that you craft from the cube, you know? The one you craft from the cube, having that restriction does make sense, but it applying to everything else doesn't. Because, for example, think about the ones that you craft with runes. Those are really hard, right? Getting all those runes, it's really hard, especially if you have to craft multiple to get lucky with the random one you get, right? That's really hard, and you're not gaining anything out of it. Because why are you not just doing the cheaper one on the cube with the seasonal currency, right? Like, it gives you nothing. And the iconic one, you can argue the iconic one is kind of cheap, sure. But it's still using sparks, right? I don't know. Feels especially the rune one really feels like it was done without necessarily thinking about how it would influence the rest of the game. My first guess was that it was not intended, but considering they have not said anything, I don't know if it was actually unintended or not, but I do hope it was, but well, if they don't say anything, we can only guess. Submitted it as a bug report. Fair enough. Arc less useful, I'm impressed. Yeah. They just feel really useless now, but what can you do? Like, they made Mythic Uniques weaker. Like, look at Perdition, for example, right? Grandfather is arguably weaker as well, even though it's still pretty good. And then they made them even rarer. I don't know. Like, I would agree that last season mythics were a bit too plentiful. That is true. But considering how many uniques they added this season that are just flooding the pool, right? Flooding our drop table, I would say it would be okay now. Because right now, whenever you get the mythic from a boss or any other source, it could be an iconic mythic, or it could be any of the other 40 or 50 mythics or uniques, right, that can drop as mythics now. Which makes it much harder for you to actually get the mythic you want. So having a more on the drop table would just kind of balance it out, right? I don't know, it just feels weird.
Over here! Help! That will come in handy.
I stands far and used because gold was more useful this season. I don't think I'll craft nearly as many as I did last season, since they are just straight up into the trash. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, Skull Reserve, nice. You're mostly just crafting it for eventually the use is gonna be to target the Salig or something, right? Just stuff like that, like, do they ask themselves if people use it after it's been gutted? Okay, I don't think this decision was made with proper consideration, so I don't even know. There's a good chance it was just someone that thought it would be a good idea, and that it would be a small change, and they made that change without properly, you know, asking the people that would know that it would be a bad idea, kind of thing. Like, for those that don't know, the Diablo team is kind of split into two teams. Like, two dev teams, and they just kind of swap between seasons, so they have time to be working on different seasons, right? Problem is, when there's lack of communication, one team will be trying to do something, and the other team will try to do something else. And if they are not aligned, you kind of, you know, almost kind of counterintuitive things going on in the game. Not counterintuitive, but like you left the game trying to pull two different ways, right? Trying to do two different things that are kind of mutually exclusive at the same time. That could be what's happening, but I mean, at this point, we're just guessing. It's like, when you think about it, update build Barbarian max roleplayers, it is updated. What? It literally got an update like yesterday with a one mythic variant. What was the saying? Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, because like they had, like they clearly landed the new expansion, right? They clearly landed it quite well, but it's not like the last season didn't have any issues. It clearly had issues, but it also had a lot of good stuff. And they just needed, like this season, they just needed to fix those issues and try to improve on the strong things instead of trying to do something new. I don't know. They might have tried to and overcooked it by accident by trying to do too much. Holy meat. That was a lot of fresh meat in here, apparently. What? I've been scammed off the butchers. Okay, dude. Oh! Ah, yeah, I thought it was a normal mythic, just another croc. I'm just gonna keep saving these things up until there's like a buff or something, hopefully to the mythic drop rate, and I can just use all of them to get a bunch of mythics, right? Copium. Where did you guys come from?
That will come in handy.
Ba-ba-ba. Layer of keys. I think I'm just gonna go for layer of keys then. Honestly, a layer of keys would not be worth it, but the thing is, going for the normal keys one, which is much better to actually get tribute, just feels kind of a waste.
How sweet the pain of destruction. Until next time.
I don't think I have a mythic one. Let me see if I can go craft one real quick. Might as well try the mythic. I mean, even if the likelihood is very low. I wonder if going... I wonder if going this wide improves anything. Because it does give you rewards as if your attunement was... like 2 times higher, right? I do wonder. You know what? Let's give that a shot. Might as well try it out. I had to spend a bit of gold, but that's fine. What happened to the one mythic version? Is it not there? It should be. I literally just put out the video about it. Is it not embedding or something? Let me reload. Wait, what? What happened to it? Is this planner not... Yeah, wait, what? Right. Okay. Let me just resave this one to the video on YouTube. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I'll just... Was this the... Yeah, what? Why did it disappear from this one? Probably just... I had 2 different planners up and I probably messed it up. Let me just make sure... I think I fixed something on this one and then I probably messed it up, I guess. Because this one was missing something here on the... No, it's updated. Wait, what? Okay, I'm kind of confused as well. Okay. Hopefully it's... No idea why it was deleted on one of the planners, but yeah, it's back up. Sorry about that then. Very weird. I probably just messed it up by having 2 planners up at the same time. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for bringing it up to my attention, because I don't know what I did. I mean, I did something. I just can't remember what it was. I was probably messing around with different like while recording, messing around with it to show it up on the video, right? And I must have messed something up. Oh yeah, we get the XP now from this. We do get less goblins, but should be fine. Wait, what? Okay, let me finish this and we're gonna... I have no idea what the hell is going on there. I'll have to make it from scratch, I guess. Potentially. Yeah, there's no reason it should be the same one.
I wonder, are your fate? I was great.
Because it was made from... Oh, I know why it disappeared. Oh, we got the mythic, nice. I wonder if this increases the chance of mythics. We did get one. Let me just go see it then. Wait, why is it not? There we go. What? It's clear. Okay, it's correct in here. It's correct in here. It's just not embedding the correct one in the site. Because that would make no sense, since this variant was made from the mid-game one. It was not made from the end-game one. I'll just force another update, true? Okay, this one was not on me, okay? This one was the site just decided to do something weird. Let's see if it updated. Well, what? Okay, this is weird. Currently updated, let me reload it. Okay, yeah, that update solved it. As you saw, I did nothing, I just pressed the update again. I did nothing, I have no idea. It not showing was definitely my fault. It now embedding the wrong one, that one was not on me, okay? That one was not on me. That one, I have no idea how that happened, but whatever, it's fixed now. Thank you once again. I actually wanted to make a video on the Whirlwind T12 build as well, because it is cool. I played it a bit on the PTR. But it's kinda... I also was hyped to play Paladin this season, because there's not a lot more to test, right? Last season, I didn't have as much time to play Paladin because every 3 days there was something new I had to update on the Whirlwind builds because we're just figuring things out, a lot of things out, right? But this season, since we're not gonna have all of that, I would have a lot more time to play Paladin. But then the gearing curve just got exponentially harder, right? To actually gear out the character because mythics. So the Mighty Throw I'll definitely be able to play because it's very similar gear-wise to Whirlwind. You mostly just change the glove and you have to remove attack speed scaling because attack speed scaling doesn't really do anything. I think it doesn't at the very least. But Paladin might be hard. At the very least, this time around, I've been able to play it a lot on the PTR, right? Last season it was really rough because I wanted to play the guides, but I didn't have as much experience. That's why, for example, I didn't even end up doing the last guide because I was not able to actually get the gear to try the all the different builds, nor the time. Any good builds on Paladin? There's multiple good builds on Paladin. The only issue is that all the other classes are just way stronger, right? For example, Barbarian is way stronger than Paladin, but there's a lot of Paladin builds that can speed farm T12 just fine. Like Blessed Hammer, Lance, and Zeal, all of them can do it. The only other one that I do cover that's a bit behind is Zealot, not Zealot, Zenith. But even that can farm T12. And the cool thing about the Paladin builds is that they are not really tied too much when it comes to mythics. They might use one iconic unique. Some of them use a Starless, right? But that's about it. All the other uniques, you can just use the usual versions. And you're fine. Like some builds like Blessed Hammer and Lance just kinda need the Starless, but you know, you can just craft a Starless and just use the crafted one. And that's fine. On Barb, it's probably the class that's suffering the most from the mythic thing. Because because we have more slots, we end up using a lot more mythics. Do you think the Conviction 5 pits has potential? It's about the same damage boost as the pits from other 2 sets. Is that the one that you do extra damage after you block or intimidate an enemy? I'm really bad with names. I only remember stuff by what they do. By the name, I'm assuming it's the block one. Oh, Conviction Armor monsters take more damage. I mean, that one it just depends on your hour levels, right? if you can put a lot of points into just generally scaling all your auras. Ooh, another crux, nice.
Your death
Material reserve.
swift.
We got material reserve. Like early on, it's probably definitely not the best, because you'll not be scaling those aura ranks super high. But eventually, once you can get charms with a bunch of aura ranks and get it on the amulet and stuff like that, you can probably get a bunch of damage out of that. Not probably, you definitely can. But it's not as good as the other sets right away, right? Because you do need to invest into scaling it. Ooh, double goblin. Yes. We didn't get the single gem reserve here, right? Because right now, for some reason, the dungeon delve has been appearing in escalations. Last season, I don't think that was a thing. Like, dungeon delve would not appear on escalation dungeons. Scaling that I'm having trouble figuring out the monsters take 10 more damage compared to damage from other sets. I mean, it doesn't as much, right? It's probably more for support paladin than anything else. The problem is that Arden kinda has difficulties. That's one of the reasons Arden is not as good, right? It has difficulties using any other set. Which is one of the reasons it's not as good. Because, as you're saying, you can only scale that so high, right? Which charm set am I running? The principal one. I also get Starlit Skies. What would I need to do in this case if I already have a crafted item equipped? There's no way for you to target farm a specific unique besides crafting, and that will have the crafted tag, right? No, but there's no way for you to target farm a specific unique any other way. Earth Clash, and I got crafted mythic, but it's nothing. I can salvage it for materials, or is there a refill? I mean, yeah, just salvage it. By salvaging it, you get sparks, which you can then use to craft more mythics.
Time together. Let's savor it while it lasts. Hold nothing back.
Not sure if it gets the aura potency. I do not know for sure. I've not been messing out with Aradin at all.
The pain of destruction. Until next time.
I think, what's her content creator name? I'm really, really bad. I'm having a blank here. Rox, yeah. Rox might know, because she's doing the support paladin, and she has to deal with that tier set. Not tier set, with that set. So she might know. I definitely don't. Get lucky for Ross by running high-level bosses. I mean, yeah, it's just the normal sources of uniques. There's no real way to target farm it, sadly.
They've sent their regards.
Big. Ooh. Nice. Need to start cleaning this up. Ooh, crit multi.
Step up to my anvil. That's it for that piece.
Escalation, but there's all tide. So it's not bad. I can do health tide into escalation, into health tide, into boss, into random dungeon. Sure.
Fight well, my friend.
I need to start. I should have saved dungeons with. Wait, do I have any of them saved actually? No. I should have been saving dungeons with Skull Reserve low-key. I've not even been taking a consideration of the smaller ones. I probably should have, but what can you do now? Ruby reserves.
The ancients watch over this one.
Plus reserve is decent, doubles reserve is decent, doubles reserve is decent. Roderick equipment and equipment though, okay. Those are in fact not decent. I said damage, yeah, that like, and we don't even have a lot of mythics, right? Once we actually start getting iconic mythics, our damage will be so much better. It's ridiculous. Whirlwind is still incredibly good. Drop rate is very low, yeah. It indeed is. That's why I put the one mythic version on the guide, just because of that. Because like, you getting a grandfather, I mean, if you're not unlucky like me, you can probably get it somewhat reliably. Getting multiple iconic mythics that are not crafted though, that's not gonna happen that easily. Most people are probably gonna stop playing this season before that happens. Pepper Circuit Sword, even with some cooldowns, I like you don't want to see the young clubs. I mean, it is what it is. If you want to have 100% uptime on Master Berserker, right? You just gotta make that sacrifice. it's definitely worth the trade-off damage-wise, because then you also have better uptime on your challenging shout and Warcry, right? So it's not that bad. And having 100% unstoppable uptime is also very good. I currently actually have more cooldown than I should have, but... The one mythic verse is gonna be your end game. I mean, yeah, understandable. It's more than good enough for everything on T12, to be fair. And because of the high cooldown, you're actually somewhat stanky. It's not as face rolly as the Sadiq setup, but... I mean, it is what it is. You got your grandfather on because you're trying to... at night. Okay, that's something at least. I mean, hey, it works for, it's also for Barb, because Paladin and Barb share strength as well, right? So, hey. Okay, that's enough for when I come back. Let's start the escalation. Should be around 30 seconds. You can get away up to 35 seconds or so. Up to 35 seconds you can definitely get away with it. More than that, then no. What's your current furthest tower push? I've done a 125 with a good time left, but I didn't even have the a push set up. I was mostly just running speed farming. It just kind of feels pointless until I have the build online, right? And this season it will just take much longer to actually get it online. Because like, I could make a stronger life setup right now than what I'm running. Especially for pushing. But then I would be wasting time and resources, but the worst part would be the time I'll be wasting on making a setup that's not actually the best I can make, right? It's just the best I can make right now. And I'd rather use that time actually, you know, trying to get the mythics, like farming and stuff like that, to actually get the stuff to play the actual setup of the build. You get the mythic and stylus. Yeah, that's like, I'm sure I will get it because I play this game 8 hours plus a day, right? So, but for anyone that doesn't play, that doesn't know life it, it's gonna be rough. I don't know to what degree other classes are being as affected as Barb. Barb especially gets affected a lot. Because on Barb you're basically running Grandfather on every single build, no matter what. And you're likely also running Selig and Starless on them. Would you run any other mythic? Yeah, I don't think you'd run any other mythic actually on Barb. Helmet, you always run Tuscalm. There's no reason not to run a Tuscalm. Gold reserve. Gold reserve, nice. Okay, there we go. How come I'm not running Grandfather at the moment? Because I don't have one. Simple as that. I just don't have one. I'll be using it if I had. I've not gotten one. Crafted or not? Not a single one. Is there a way to add a skill point priority for war plans? Not currently, but I believe we are looking into adding that to the max roll planner. I think Woody has been talking about it. It will probably not be on this season, but potentially for the next one. I can potentially try to add, to like kind of do a what's the word here, like a scuffed setup by just writing it on the description. I can potentially do that, but for the for the actual embed thing, they are looking into it. I meant crafted, yeah, no crafted either. I have like 5 crafted Saligs that I can't use right now. I mean, I can, but it would just be a worse build, right? But no Grandfathers. Ooh, Topaz or material? I'll just take the Topaz. I mean, the only positive there, though, is that Selig will eventually be what you craft. Eventually, like, Selig will for sure eventually be another prophet. Will be the crafted mythic you'll be using. Because it will be the one you want to try and get it will be the one that's hardest to get good stats on. But yeah, until then. What do you think about running a Mythic Seal with 4 Crucible plus Fury combo? Not really that good. With Selig, it's a no-go, right? Without Selig, the big issue is that you lose 50% attack speed. Right? This thing makes you lose, like, it seems like a big damage multiplier, but you're also losing 50% cast speed, which is just another fancy way to say attack speed, right? So it's not as big as you might think. Personally, I think are just better off running a either Endurance Fate for defenses or Fist of Fate for damage. Not only that, like, if you do have like a really good mythic one, it might be worth it, but you probably don't. And just running a legendary one with like crit chance or crit damage will just be better. No, it's not done. It's not the worst thing ever, though.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
You there! Please, help us get out of here!
My savior!
I have been looking at the double set, especially with the other one, the weapon swapping set as well. But Whirlwind just has a lot of problems when it comes to attack speed. Like if you weapon swap into Whirlwind, you actually have less attack speed than if you just didn't because of a bug. It's a bit messy. And I had success running that combo. Yeah, the reason I'm not saying it's straight up worst, it's because technically it is better, because what you can do, like we're talking about, Whirlwind snapshots attack speed. So what you can do is before you go above 100% fury, you start spinning. Right? You make sure you lose all your fury, and then you start spinning and build up your fury. If you do that, you snapshot your attack speed before the negative 50%, which would make this incredibly good, right? So yeah, like I don't know. It's not the worst thing ever. It's definitely decent. Grandfather, Salik combo. Are you running the mid-game variant with max life tactics? Yup. If you don't run Salik, you always go max life. Really, the highest damage sometimes could go from 2 build to 2.3, yeah. But it's not always about the biggest hits, right? It's also about consistent about your DPS. And attacking slower means you have less DPS, right? You do bigger hits, but you do less of them.
Until next time. Wonder.
It will ultimately depend on how much attack speed you have. The more you invest into attack speed, the better that combo is, because then you can just make up for the negative side, right? Gotta hydrate a bit. And then Stalwark is done better for damage than Fist of Fate as Charm. It will depend if they fix that or not. I have not been able to test it, because it's really hard to test it. Basically, damage increased berserking effect. Even though it used to imply it was additive, it was actually multiplicative, which is worse in that situation. Let's say you're dealing with a 100% multiplier. If it's increasing the effect of berserking by 100%, it's making the effect go from a 25 to a 50%, right? Which is bad. If it was and that was what it was doing last season. If they actually fixed it, and it's additive, which means the berserking effect would go from 25 to 125, then we are talking about something different, right? I have not been able to test it myself to see, and I don't know if anyone actually has properly tested it or not. You can definitely try it out. You can definitely try it out and see how it feels. I've just not been able to test it myself, so that's why I've not recommended it yet.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own. Is there no end?
Help me, please!
Rasmus looks the fit is so far from there. Yeah, but it do be a bit far from 30. Wasn't this... What? Oh, really? Ah, okay, bro. Game trolled me. Should have done better.
It is done.
I really should not be saving... I should not be saving gloves anymore, right? Yeah, let's actually remove that. I need to be gambling 40 bolts only. Just max resource, that's cool and all, but... this is just... yeah, all going to the trash. Huge. What we got here?
Let us plan our next move.
This is fine. Yeah, that's fine. His emblem charm of the stalwart unique, not very good. We're just talking about it. It depends if they fix it or not. If it's just the multiplier on the berserking effect, it just takes the berserking effect from a 25 to a 50% multi, which is not good. If it's actually adding, if it's going from 25 to 125, then that would be good. I have not been able to personally test it, that's why I'm not recommending it. I'm assuming it's not working, considering I have not seen anyone using it on tower, just as an amulet. Because if it was actually working, it would be a 1.4 multiplier, I think, or something like that for Wrath of Berserker builds. And people would definitely be running that as their amulet on live setups, but I've not seen anyone doing it. So there's a high likelihood that's not working. But again, until I can test for sure, I cannot say one way or the other. Dude, what the hell are my hell rooms? And then its face just seems goated. It's just very nice defensively. Since we don't actually need damage because we're playing Whirlwind, right? It's just a nice way to stay alive. Like, not dying is it's just an efficiency multiplier, right? If you spend less time dead, you spend more time actually farming stuff. Which ultimately just gives you more stuff.
Fresh meat.
Wait, why do I already have... Oh, you lose one. Okay. I thought you would lose all the mind cage, but you only go down one whenever it runs out. That's cool. If you refresh it, you only need to use one. Learn stuff every day, I guess. I normally just mess around with them like every now and again. I don't normally do multiple uses of it. I've never actually noticed that. Okay, we've gone up in chase, so let's just go look for Hell Rims again. Oh yeah, I'm going to be putting a video out tomorrow-ish about that aspect that gives you percent HP. Because I've seen people recommend it and people talking about it. And I don't think people realize how bad that aspect actually is. Like, it's actually incredibly bad. Like, you know, it might seem like, oh, you're getting 45% HP, that's a lot, and whatnot. But realistically, it's not really that good. Like, for comparison, let's do a 50% HP and a 50% damage reduction, right? Even without, and by the way, it's even worse because it's additive with the percent HP you get from your tree. But let's assume it's not for now, or let's assume you have no Paragon points yet. 50% multiplier on your HP. Let's say you have 20,000 total HP before anything, right? And you have no armor and no resist, just to simplify our calculations here. You actually wait a second, let me go to the spot. Yo, can you guys stop attacking me, please? Actually, let me go into town here. A 50% HP multiplier will take you from 20,000, right, to 30,000, because you're just getting 50%, so you get 10k out of 20k. If you had, instead of it, if you had 50% damage reduction, well, that makes it so you take half the damage. Well, if you have 20,000 HP and you take half damage, that means you only take 1,000 damage, right? AKA, you're doubling your HP, right? You're not doubling your HP. You're doubling your EHP, effective health pool, right? You actually are basically 2 times as tanky by taking damage reduction instead of taking an HP roll. And damage reduction scales exponentially. The more damage reduction you have in a single stat, the better it becomes over HP. HP is linear, while damage reduction is exponential. So a small percent of HP will potentially be better than a small percentage of damage reduction. But when you start going into 30-40% territory, damage reduction is just flat out better. Not only that, but as we were talking about earlier, the aspect is additive with other percent lives. And you get, from at least from my Paragon setup, you get 72% percent life from your Paragon, which it's like 1.5 times what you get from the 45. So it loses so much value, it's actually kind of ridiculous how bad it is. It's really, really bad. Let me open up a couple of chests, because we're not coming here until the Hell Tide ends anyway. Whenever we come back, it's gonna be a different Hell Tide. Might as well spend my cinders. Focus of attention. This is wicked. I'm so sad we didn't get the Bleach premiere here in Portugal. Having to dodge, like every time I'm on TikTok or Twitter or something like that, I'm just scrolling down and I see something that's Bleach. I just like instantly skip it to not be spoiled. It's a tragic way to live. I'm gonna have to wait until the 25th, I think, so 3 more weeks before it comes on streaming platforms. I honestly I was heavily considering like getting a cheap flight to the UK or something like that to be able to watch it, but because the D4 season was launching like real close, I couldn't do it, but it hurts. A movie I'm not gonna miss that, I mean, we'll have for sure here, there's no way, right? The Spider-Man Homecoming. Not the Homecoming, the new one, whatever the new one is. And now the missing ring this build guide plays. Is another build guide missing a ring? Again. It's likely Starless if I had to guess, I don't even need to look at it. For some reason, whenever we updated the system to the new items, the mythics we had on the guides just poofed out of existence. I checked the Divine Lance the other day and it was okay, but it probably got some sort of something updated and it forced an update and the update just deleted the item. It's just a Starless. I'll need to check the stats, but It's a Starless. I'll update the stats in a bit, I need to actually look into it. Let me go to town, open this up. Yeah, it's a Starless. It's missing on the push, I'm assuming, yep. I'm assuming it's the same stats as this one. Crit multi. No, here. Crit multi, Von, and Fizz, right? We might need to put crit here. I'll have to check. So that will be a physical gem. On lance, it's physical because you don't have any problems with poison. Yeah, you're missing lucky hit here on resource. And right, what's our crit chance here? I think, yeah, it's still, we're gonna have to calculate the crit chance here because it's not actually showing properly. So we got 5 default plus 5 from what's the name of the skill again? Rally. Plus 10 from Gar, plus 12 from Fervent, the Paragon node. Plus 18.5 from the Fanatism Aura. Plus 18.5 plus... do we have any other sources of crit chance? No, that's it. And then we have 10.3 from the shield. Oh wait, 10.6 from the shield. Plus 17 up here. Plus, I'm missing something. What am I missing? Oh, tempers. Yeah, okay. Plus 15 from tempers. Oh, so you do need a critical strike chance here. Okay. You do need a critical strike chance there. Because that will give you plus 6.3. And you're basically at 100 at that point. Then with enough points on the Paragon board, you can get 100. Worst case scenario, you just masterwork one of the crit chances here as well, right? There you go. Like if you really have a problem with crit chance, you just masterwork crit chance here, right? If you're missing a bit of crit, because let's say the roll on the ring is that you got is actually low, you can just masterwork the crit chance there as well. Just change this to flawless. I forgot to update this ones as well. Doesn't really matter. Like you always just run the highest you can, the highest gem you can, right? Doesn't really matter, but I just want to do it just so it looks better. Okay. Insert collapsible container. Today is July 4th. Fixed. Missing ring. There we go. Should be properly fixed now. Oh yeah, let me actually wait a second. Let me. Do we have enough cooldown? Yes. Yes, you do. You have actually more than enough. A bit too much cooldown, but it's better to have slightly more than be missing just enough. Deputy, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Cold. This is so cold.
Any obel chest over here? Three obols. I've not been using obols too much this season. And I don't think I'll be using them as much as I did last season, because I don't need an insane amount of weapons. But I think it's mostly because I'm still not fully investing into NDM, right? Because I don't have the mythics. What the hell is the chest? I think it's hidden behind one of these things. Material forgotten. Let's go forgotten wisdom and materials then. I don't have a forgotten wisdom going right now, so that's definitely gonna help.
The killers are like this.
We'll have to check that bottom corner, even though it's probably not there, but just in case, so we don't have to backtrack a lot. There you go. Oh yeah, whenever I go to down this next time, let's see, I think we can already get a couple of grand skulls going. And maybe some other gems as well. It's gonna be tough getting all 6 of them, but you know, we'll get there slowly. Got weekend to play? What's up? How you doing? Welcome back. It's still a Whirlwind season, don't worry about it. It's still a Whirlwind season. You might have a bit of a harder time getting mythics this season though, but that's neither here or there. Rotten Wisdom, Emerald, and we go Emerald, I guess. But I don't really use them, but we can convert them at the very least. Using your build, I'm doing like half of your damage, but I'm 50-200 Paragon. Do you think it's the case? I mean, you can probably kill Mephisto with half the damage I'm doing, just to do more mechanics, but yes. Having your glyphs at 50 and only 200 Paragon means you're missing a lot of damage. Might not fully be like what's making you miss like half the damage, but it's definitely part of the equation.
Bless you.
Nothing over there. But it might as well get the extra conviction, right? Layer of keys, riches of materials. What else do we got? Layer of keys, riches of keys, and I'll just take one of them, I guess. Yeah, sure, unique spoils. What's up, Min? How you doing? Minchu.
How I've dreamed of this moment. Let us fight. War's over. Oh, Wanderer, we've only just begun. Ah, how sweet the pain of destruction. Until next time, Wanderer.
Let's go craft some of our gems then.
Hail victory, and many more to come.
I swear I've dropped better gear in the first day of playing this season than anywhere after. Kinda wild.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Oh, let me dump all of these runs. Nope. Yeah. We got 7, so we can make one for now.
Reflect from the sky.
That's gonna be rough. We need one more, but we're close. Diamond doesn't matter. I mean, I guess it does at some point. Can I make a topaz? Ooh, I can make 2 of them already. We only need 1 though.
Eyes of Lycander herself. Good luck, Mainlander.
So we might actually get our first Grand Aragic gem. Might just be I forgot to remember what it's called. Might just be a topaz. I mean, it will depend on the next stuff we get on the dungeons, but might just be.
Now then,
Yeah, what we got?
where would you begin?
Ooh, escalation into dungeon into Helltide. Actually, I can do. Ooh, that's good. That's juicy. And then. Sure.
Go. I will see you again soon.
I need to clear some of these glyphs. Ooh, do I wanna save an Amethyst reserve? Nah. I'm only saving skulls and rubies. But your reserve is definitely good there. Topaz is actually not bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's good. Let's start with the material. Actually, let's start with Topaz. We might just get Topaz today. We might max out the Topaz gem today.
Perhaps a prize inside. No, no, no!
Hopefully the marking gets legal. Yeah. maybe next week, you know, maybe next week we'll have the full end game build going. Maybe next week. Might be a next week kind of angle, you know? Let's go check if we have chests back here. We do. I was honestly expecting them to say something yesterday before the weekend, right? But I guess it's... I mean, today is 4th of July on America, right? Unfortunate. It's an holiday in America. So we might not see, even if they're intending to do something, we might not see it until next week. At what point it will already be too late, I would say, but at least for most people, I will take advantage of it if they do go back on it, but they needed to do something yesterday, going into today, to make sure they wouldn't lose people this season. Ruptures, gold reserve, and okay, we just go for gold reserve, I guess. I hope they increase the chance of mythic drops. I get now it feels awesome to get one, but it feels wrong. I mean, it doesn't even feel awesome to get one, to be fair to me. Because most of the time they'll just have awful stats. Like most of the time you drop one and they're like, oh, it could have been better. And like generally speaking, for example, when it comes to gores, I'm not even using an ancestral right now because this one has better stats, right? I don't think I'm gonna be using a mythic gores ever. Simply because the offensive stats are just way too important to have the correct ones, right? And probably a lot of mythics like that. Like Tuskhelm probably will also not be running a mythic one. But Tuskhelm is more likely that I'll be able to run a mythic one. Rama will for sure run a mythic one because the stats are really easy to get good ones. Even if you don't have the best ones, the multiplier is definitely worth it. Unless you have like really god-awful stats. I might not even run Starless, Loki. Because Starless is not better than... damage-wise, it's not better than a legendary. It's just better defensively. But considering how hard it's gonna be to get a decent one, we might just go with a legendary one. And just handle defenses some other way. Gem Reserve, that's fine. Let's go to Gem Reserve. Vehicle if Minty can reroll any multiple stats then. They had that in the PTR, but people didn't like it, so it's gone. In the PTR, if you knew what you were doing, you can get, with GAs aside, the GA you couldn't really protect a lot of times, but you could get the specific stats you wanted on any mythic or unique. If you're willing to invest, like you have to use the these materials, so it was expensive to do. Right, you needed to spend like 50 per item. It was expensive, but if you get a mythic and you get the stats you want, that it's worth the investment, right? And that's why I didn't mind it, because it was like it was not something you could do for cheap, but eventually you would just work towards getting the item better and better, right? But a lot of people just had a knee-jerk reaction to it, and they didn't hold on to their guns and listen to it, which I think was personally really not a really like bad decision from them. They should have stuck to their guns and just tried it for a season. But they got scared by the knee-jerk reaction and they rolled it back. Like at that point, you just had to drop a mythic and you'd always be able to get it with good stats. You wouldn't be able to guarantee GAs, but you know, GA, it would just be a cherry on top. But yeah. I think the big problem was that people were not actually... A lot of people, like, I've had a lot of people comment this season that it's their first time actually using the cube. When the cube is such a powerful thing to use, and they had never done it before. So that's why I think a lot of people just had a knee-jerk reaction to the cube, because they didn't actually know how to use it. But I don't know. regardless, it's gone. And I don't think they will try it again because of the way they reacted. I don't like Western Sword Plot Gear. I was just trying to see it from their perspective. I don't think it's that. I mean, technically, if you want to go from the financial point of view, the not allowing people to ever get best in slot gear is technically better for them because you just keep people play for longer. If that's exactly what happens, or if people just stop playing the game, I would say people just stop playing the game, but I don't necessarily have the data to back that up. Was the mythic way more common in the PTR? I don't know. I don't think it was, but it's very hard to say because I was not necessarily just going out of my way to farm stuff on the PTR, right? Layer keys. Yeah, whatever. I like the cube, yeah, so do I. I really love the cube, and I really love being able to do the unique thing on the cube. Because it was... You had to actually use the cube in a smart way to actually be able to more easily get the stats you wanted. And for less materials, right? And I really think people just needed to be taught how to do it. And if they had stuck to their guns and actually tried it for a season, people would actually be forced to interact with it, and they would learn, and then they wouldn't be so afraid of it. But since they didn't, well, it is what it is. As a dev, you really need to be careful how you listen to your community. Like, for example, when it comes to this situation, you shouldn't listen to the community when they say, remove this. What you should listen to is, I don't like... I don't like is not necessarily the right thing. But let's say I don't like the crafting, changing stats on uniques on the cube. That you can listen to, you just can't listen to the solution. That's something one of the devs of PoE, it is no longer a dev of PoE. He was one of the founders of PoE, is no longer in PoE now. Chris Wilson, he actually made a video about that a month ago or something. And I essentially agree with him on that. You need to listen to the hurt, not necessarily the solution. So the hurt is that they don't like having to, you know, get the affixes, crafting the affixes on uniques to actually get good uniques, right? But why is that? Is that because it's fundamentally a bad thing? Or is it because they just don't know how to do it? And that's why they don't like it, because they don't know. Right? One of the solutions is removing it, so they don't ever have to learn. And, you know, you don't have to... and problem fixed, right? Another solution is to actually try to teach people how to use it. That takes more work. That's not, you know, that's not a win in the short term. It might be a win in the long term, but it's definitely not a win in short term, right? But, you know, it is what it is. Personally think if they actually stuck with it and they try to... Because, like, there's nothing that teaches you how to use the cube in game, right? you either have content creators that do it, which would be part of the solution, would be content creators like myself and others actually teaching people how to use it.
Quite the challenge, eh?
And another part would be them actually, you know, having some sort of guide in the game, not just kind of throwing people to the wolves. Which, ideally, you'd have both of them, right? Ideally, you'd have both of them. But, you know, they went with the other option, which is... It's the better option in the short term, but I don't believe it's the best one on the long term. I think the crafting would have added some depth that the game is seriously lacking, right? It would have added a lot of control to the player once they actually know how to use the system. And it actually would add some progression, because you wouldn't be able to get the stats you want right away, because it is expensive, right? You have to use this resource, and as you can see, I don't have a lot of it. I have some, right? It didn't pretty primordial dust. It was expensive, but, you know, in the first time you get 2 stats you want, then you start working on the third, and eventually, once you have a bunch of this resource, which you can farm, you can target farm this resource, you can target farm this resource over here, right? You can target farm this. Eventually just target farm this, and just get a bunch, and then just craft the mythics with the 4 stats you want. And that would actually add some progression to your items and to the game as a whole and to builds, right? I think it would be really healthy for the game. But it would, you know, make it... It would necessitate that they actually teach you something. Go out of their way to teach you something. And they either didn't realize it or they didn't think it was worth it. Which I really feel it's very sad, because I think it was a very nice system. But what can you do? And like, accidentally or not, it was pretty well balanced as well. Like, again, the fact that you could target 1 or 2 stats early on, and because that material is kind of rare, you would just, as long as you play the season, you'd be able to make the mythic item better and better as you go on, right? Until you get to a point that you basically have what you want. It would not be the perfect item, you could still potentially get something even better if you get the right GA, right? But it would be a very good item that you worked towards throughout the season, right?
Good. I found a promising...
Do we update a Forgotten Wisdom? I mean, it's not like the other ones give anything, so I guess we just update it. Like, they really need to fix this thing showing dungeon delves. Like, this just removes so much. It's very sad. It was not like this last season, it's a bug this season.
Impressive, unfortunately.
There we go. And now we just go towards the middle. After we slay the other guy, whatever he is. Equipment, Skull Reserve, nice. Why is Skull Reserve the only one that's not actually rare? I mean, I'm not gonna complain, it benefits me because it's more common. That's an interesting weapon. It's an upgrade for now if I wanted to craft it. Okay, my pet is not doing their job. My pet is slacking off right now. Layer keys, riches of keys. What about the other ones? Nope. I was just gonna take the other one with the double key. The key is generally just the best one. The unique spoils, it's whatever. Legendary spoils, it's whatever. And the material spoils, it's very bad compared to just running material reserve. The keys is the only good one. I mean, maybe the unique one does have some value if you want specific uniques from this guy, right? But...
How sweet the pain of destruction. Until next time. Wonder.
Hello? Thank you. I'm considering, since the Mythic Tribute is kinda trash, right? I'm heavily considering just going like both ways here instead of going through the middle. Right? Like, I'm very much considering going here just so you can get more rewards. Yeah, F it, you know? I don't know if it applies to this one already or not, but we'll see. Vortex, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm building a build based on your guide. Could you please tell me how to make Ramaladin's Magnopus mythic? Are there any guides on this mechanic? You can try and craft it, but generally speaking, it's not your priority. Your priority will be trying to get the Grandfather mythic. You can only have one crafted one. So mythics this season, all uniques can be mythics. And the way you get most of them will just be by randomly dropping them. The best ways will be boss killing. That being said, you can craft one of them. You can have one crafted. There's 3 ways you can craft a mythic. You can craft on the blacksmith using sparks. Those can only be iconic mythics, so Starless, Grandfather, Selig, those ones. The ones that don't have a unique version, right? And then you have the cube. On the cube, you can upgrade a specific gear type, so let's say one-handed weapons in this case. You put a random one-handed mythic. Doesn't matter the mythic you put, the unique you put in, sorry, not mythic. Just put a random unique in, that's a one-hander. So Ramaladnes, Shard of Raphael, Third Blade, one of those. And it will give you back a random mythic one-hander. To do this, you need to use the material you get by killing the seasonal boss. I don't remember the name, but you can just check it on the cube by clicking the upgrade option. The other way you can do it is by crafting them with runes. On the jeweler, you can take a couple of runes and some sparks, and you can craft the specific slot of Mythic Unique. Now, this is probably the worst option out of the other two, but it is an option you do have. Sadly, you can only equip one crafted unique, no matter the source you get it from. You can only equip one crafted one. Which means your first crafted one should be your most important one, and that would be Grandfather. Because you can still use a non-mythic Rama, right? But you cannot use a non-mythic Grandfather. And Grandfather The multiplier is nothing special, but the fact it has, with Masterwork, up to 30% critical strike chance is incredibly big, right? It's crazy. Did the mythic situation change? Which would be the best way to get grandfathers of now? Going mythic Ramlans would be a good first move before. It does not change now, and grandfather is still better than Ramaladnis first. The reason I went Ramaladnis is because I never got the grandfather to begin with. That's about it. Okay, we have to go to town. The best way to get grandfather is to still gamble on the blacksmith and use a crafted one until you actually drop one. Eventually, down the line, the crafted one you'll want to have is Selig, so make sure to stock on those whenever you are crafting. If you end up getting a Selig, just save it. But yeah. Is away. Fully random, yeah. They'll drop one. It is. It just sucks because since it's fully random, right? If you're trying to get iconic mythic, it's really hard because now there's like 40 other mythics that can drop, right? Before those, there was only 10 or 11, depending on your class, potentially even less. But yeah, this season there's like 50 of them. It's definitely a rough season to have multiple iconic mythics in your build. Definitely a rough season for that. What's up, Patsy? How you doing? I consider grandfather priority over Starless Sky. Yeah, Starless Sky is not even needed. Since you're running T-Vaults, you just get way more resource. The only reason you'd run Starless Skies is with Selig, simply because it makes you tankier. It's not even the best damage option. It just makes you tankier because since you spend less resource, more of that resource can actually go into regening your HP, which is now your resource, right? A legendary ring will just be straight up better than Starless for damage. And it's easier to get, right? With multiple GAs. Okay, maybe not multiple, but you get the point, right? Yeah, no worries. Like, the priorities are definitely Grandfather and Selig. Starless, it's just if like, I'm honestly potentially gonna just remove the Starless from the endgame build. Because the thing is, getting a decent Grandfather is easy, because realistically, Grandfather always drops with... Grandfather will always drop with weapon damage and crit chance. Weapon damage you don't care about, crit chance you definitely do. And then it will drop with 2 other stats. Best case scenario, it drops with strength, with either strength, fizz damage or crit damage. Worst case scenario, it will drop with one of those. If it drops with HP, you're gonna have to roll it off. If you're playing with Selig, you roll it off to either strength or crit damage, depending on the one you're missing, right? If it doesn't drop with HP, you just swap the weapon damage to something else, and you're already to either strength or crit damage, depending on what you're missing, and you have a really solid weapon. It can technically drop without any of those, but it's extremely rare. You need to be kind of unlucky, but it can happen. But as long as you drop a second one, it should be more than good. When it comes to Starless and Selig, since they are jewelry, they can drop with a variety of different stats, some of them really bad. So Selig, you just craft multiple of them, and you end up just running a crafted one on the endgame setup. Since you can only have one crafted one though, you might just give up Starless because of that and just run a good legendary ring, right? Because there's no way you're getting a Starless with good stats on top of that. If you get lucky, you get lucky, right? But it's not realistic at all, right? So I might just drop it from the guide and just mention it as an option, but not actually recommend it. We might have to fix defenses a bit. We might have to get a bit more defensive somewhere else. But hey, it is what it is.
You saved my life.
Joel recommends Zero Divine Lance for Paladin or something else if you're really weak with armor then. I mean, both Zeal and Divine Lance will be slightly stronger than Amardin and definitely have a lot more survivability than Amardin, especially Divine Lance. The only issue with Divine Lance is that it's not great for pushing. If you don't care about pushing at all, because Divine Lance just doesn't have a lot of AoE, which when enemies don't get one shot can be a bit problem, because then they start kind of just coming around you, right? Just surrounding you. But yeah. If you don't care about that, definitely play Divine Lance. It's very strong and very, very tanky. At least when it comes to a paladin build, but... Yeah, another endurance fight. Dude, I've been dropping endurance fight this season like candy. I don't know why. Anti-slot? Yeah, no worries. Mostly bossing and speed farming T12. Bossing Divine Lance doesn't quite have the damage to do it fast. You'll be taking like 1 minute plus on the first phase of Mephisto. Granted, even other paladin builds can only like... Clash can only do so much better, right? It's not like it's that much better. It is better for bossing, but it's worse for everything else, basically. Divine Lance is very good for speed farming, and just generally, at least in my opinion, a fun build. Clash, again, does have better bossing, unless your goal is to kill T12 Mephisto, which I don't think there's any actual reason to do T12. Then Clash is an option you have. What the hell? But yeah, even then it would not be that much better than Lance. Lance is okay bossing, but it's not the worst in Paladin, but I mean, it doesn't get that much better on Paladin anyway, I suppose. It kinda is what it is situation. Yeah, this isn't really rough for more than Mephisto 10. Yeah. Mephisto... Oh, we just got ads there, no... I'll just repeat myself if I have to. Mephisto 10 it can more than easily do. Season's really rough for Poly. This season, last season. But it is what it is. Surely they will get buffed. Ooh, that's a really good one. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's try to get a better one. Health tithe into this, into health tithe, into boss, into health tithe. Okay. We can definitely do that. Let's go do a breach just to get enough stuff and to count us closing it. Yeah, that should count already. Probably have to go to the zone below to actually have enough chests, but we'll just go on our way there, and we'll probably get a couple of hell rims popping up. Maybe even get a kill here on the Maiden. Easy, all me.
Excellent fight.
Where's the chest on this one? All the way down there? Okay. I'm just going through a route that I know as hell rims. Try and see if I can spawn one or two just to get the cinders I need. There we go. Okay, this one is probably not going to be enough. It's a very small one. Yeah, we need another one. There's another one down here, technically, but no luck. There's a couple. There we go. That should be enough. More than enough, clearly. Anticipate charm with 25 resource. Nice. How much better than 70 strength is this? A lot. It will depend on your specific stats, but it's better. Trust.
It is done.
If you're not playing League yet, it's not that much better, but it's still better. You should definitely save it no matter what. You should never get rid of that. Because it's always an offensive option if you don't want to be as defensive on League for some reason. Ooh, forgot to miss them. Save. Topaz reserve, I guess I don't care too much. I just lit the one mythic variant, right? No, it's there. It had a problem that it was not showing, but it should be showing. Yeah, it's showing. It was not showing for like 30 minutes, I think. But I did fix it a bit ago. Just have to reload the page. My music. Give me materials, thank you very much. I'm sure I'll eventually use a bunt to craft, especially the rings. I'm gonna have to craft 2 rings for the endgame setup, right? And, you know, we're gonna have to gamble on 2 rings. So, I mean... if I have a lot of them, we'll be better off, right? The more the merrier kind of situation. Better to start stacking up on the crafting materials for it. Opals, Forgotten Wisdom, and materials. Okay, we guess we go for the second materials. Because we still got a good duration on our XP shrine. I forgot to open the other chest, oops. Lost in paradise. Good. After today, the temperatures will start finally going down over here. And I will actually be able to get a proper night of sleep. It's gonna be a good day. Tomorrow it's still gonna be hot, but on Monday it's gonna be a good day.
Day 3.
Monday is gonna be a good day for Earth Europeans over here. Yeah. Yesterday it was 37 over here. Today it's 36, 35. Tomorrow it's gonna be 32, and then after that it's gonna go down to the 20s. Which is much more livable. I actually moved my cat out of my my room yesterday, and I kept him out today as well. I actually had to do it yesterday during stream, but he was being a bit sluggish, right? He's normally super hyperactive. Clearly my son, right? He also has ADHD. I'm joking, of course. But yeah, he was being super sluggish. So I just, before the hit became even worse, I just moved him out of my room to like the kitchen hallway. Because it's on the other side of the house, it's a lot cooler because it normally only starts getting sun hitting it at the end of the day, so it's not that bad. And it has tiles, right? So it's a lot colder. Also, it doesn't have a PC, just producing a ton of it, right? Because one of the biggest issues is that I have a PC streaming and playing the game, right? So that definitely contributes to heating up my room. There. Tomorrow things will start finally going back to normal.
Death is not enough.
Gotta put the industrial pun in there. Doesn't help too much. I'll need to actually get AC in here, but that would not happen this year anyway, so I just have a normal like fan to the side, but that doesn't really recycle the air, right? So it only does so much. I guess we take Topaz. It does keep the air moving, which means the heat spreads more around my room and doesn't stay just more near the PC, which does help with the heat spreading out. But you know, it's not the same as having an AC. Is that odd with the door open? Yes. The thing is, if my cat is in my room, I cannot have the door open. I mean, I have the door open to the corridor, but I don't have it to the rest of the house because, again, he's a really super active cat, and if I leave him out of my sight, there's a good probability that whenever I get out of my room after streaming, half of the things are on the floor, right? So there's also that issue. So it does limit what I can do. Not having him here, I can just leave the door completely open, and that does help refresh the air. So it's not like a greenhouse in here. But again, it only does so much. Because most of the house is bottom floor, and the heat travels up, right? So there's only so much it helps. Sleep and Cinder combo very tanky. It's not necessarily very tanky, but I mean, it's decently tanky. It's probably the best defensive option we do have on Barbarian this season still. It's not as broken as it was last season, not even close. But you know, it's decent. of keys, witches of keys. They're literally the same. What the? Okay. Cats are funny creatures, indeed they are. For better or worse, am I right?
How I've dreamed of this moment. Let us fight. That's the ferocity I remember. Hold nothing back. How sweet the pain of destruction. Until next time, Wonder.
We need to clear this, right? Yeah. Huge. Anything here worth saving? No. Should look at the unique actually, in case it was a good one, but it was not ancestral, so it would have been only so good, right? Okay. More health tides. We still have the 3 brains going. Ooh, okay, we can have this one right away here. Actually, no, we already have we already have the already being chased. Ooh, gold. Only 35 mil, really. What a scam. Another one. Material. With Solid, you need to run with bare minimum life. Not bare minimum, literally 0 life on your gear or anywhere else. You cannot have life on any piece of gear, or else you might just get one shot basically every time. If, like, start saving some gear that, you know, doesn't have life, or that you can remove life on. So whenever you can swap to Solig, you already are ready to do it. New L rims allow. There we go. There's another one over here. Nope. 1 or 2 in the middle here. somewhere. Don't exactly know the spot, but I know they are somewhere there. Does the Nemesis portal still disappear after a couple of seconds? I do not know for sure, but I just play it safe. I have not really tested it this season. Oh. Oh. Hopefully one more somewhere here. And lucky. Never lucky.
Death is not enough for him.
Let me go get another armor chest up here before you go down. Give me another tip. I work in mid-game build one by one, and if I got T12 seal, but I still have issues with your resource, what should I do? If you have T12 seal and you have issues with your resource, that's because you don't have good enough uptime on Wrath of the Berserker. You're not proccing Unstoppable often enough to just give you the resource you need. So it's probably, your issue is probably cooldown on your gear.
Quite the challenge, eh?
I'm assuming you already have the 5 set, right? Because the 5 set also helps since it gives you resource reduction, resource cost reduction. And back to the Hell Tide. We have a chest over there. Yeah, I saw someone on Discord saying 400 boss kills, 1 bad mythic, I'm out. I really hope that they address the mythic situation soon. Because that's not the first person I have seen say that. I feel like a lot of people are feeling that way. Because it's kind of a triple whammy when you think about it, right? Because not only are you limited to one crafted unique, right? They also made them rarer to begin with. And on top of that, there's even more mythics diluting the pool. There's even more bad mythics diluting the pool, right? Because all the random uniques that are just pieces of trash can now technically also be a mythic, right? And that's just another thing polluting the pool. So that's triple whammy right there, just makes it really rough to get good mythics. I need to level my bossing, so that's why I'm taking this one. This is going to be a mythic season, but I don't see any. Exactly, right? You would think that on the mythic season they would have been a bit more carefree about you being able to get the mythics, so you'd actually mess around with them. But guess what? Fuck you. Sorry, I don't mean that towards you, but you know, that's kind of what it feels like they're saying. Like it's definitely a weird choice from their part. It's what I'll say. The season was last season, indeed. Last season we actually got a bunch of mythics. I had them made a unique in the cube upgrade to a different mythic. It's beyond stupid. You always can use one anyways. I also didn't understand that because I would just like my idea of the limit, right, was that first of all I was expecting the limit to only apply to the one crafted on the cube, and the reason is, first of all, I was not even expecting the cube to be able to give you iconic mythics, even though it apparently can. But the idea, at least what I thought it would be, was you can upgrade one unique, right? You can upgrade one unique to mythic, and there's a limit on it. But you can just get, like, if there's one mythic that's really important for your build to upgrade, you get that one for free-ish, right? It's not necessarily for free. The currency, it's kind of hard to get, but you can always get like enough to do one or two of them, right? To try, like if the first one comes with really bad stats, you get the second chance, right? That's what I thought it would be, like an easy way for you to get that first mythic, if it was really important for your build. But it just was the completely opposite, right? Yeah, I don't know, just weird. Mythics are fun. I've only played Diablo 2 for 20 mythics and only found tutorials made. Between the both games, right? Between both of the games. Copium. We'll see what they do. I'm just surprised they reacted so instantly to to the unique being able to be changed on the cube. I'm surprised they reacted to that one so strongly. And to this one, which I would argue is way more impactful and makes the game worse for a lot more people, they just have not said anything. I don't know. I feel like they acted way too fast on that one, and personally I think it was a bad decision. And on this one, that I don't think anyone is arguing is a good one, they are taking so long to actually look at it or say anything about it. Perhaps we just go to another zone. Just gonna try and open the 250 chest somewhere else. Is there none? Oh, it's all the way over there. Okay. Can we just allow me to teleport, please? I don't want to kill him because it's gonna proc the thingy, right? The chase. So I really want to avoid that. Oh, I cannot get away without proccing it, can I? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna proc from the chest, I guess. I probably should have procced it earlier. Well, might as well run around now and see if I proc some more hell rims. I don't necessarily know where they are on this zone, so we're just gonna kind of run around and hope we hit some of them. Guess we're not getting any. To the boss. We got the pet, and we do have an escalation, another boss. All right. I think we are close to leveling the boss or plan, right? Yeah, close enough. We just need to kill 7, 8 more bosses, maybe. And then we'll have completed every single war plan except Infernal Hordes once again for the second season in a row. Right, let's see. Pit is gonna randomly get completed. Let's not talk about that one. Close, completed. Yep. Yep. It's totally fine, guys. Infernal Hordes, it got buffed, guys. It's good now. It's really good now. Poor Infernal Hordes. It's definitely better than it was, but you know, it's Oh, has anyone actually tested the big chest in Infernal Hordes to see if it's actually a good source of mythics now? It wasn't last season, even though the chest does have the mythic color. I wonder if it's actually good this season. Imagine that's where they buff the mythics. You guys were complaining the Infernal Hordes are bad, huh? Now you either do Infernal Hordes or you get no mythics. Imagine if that's what they actually did. That would be hilarious. I can test. I actually cannot. I do not have enough. I don't actually have enough levels on it. I would need to level it.
Excellent fight.
I need to get 1 or 2 more points, and being honest, I cannot be bothered to do it. You've been playing Infernal Hordes as much as you can. Yep, same. I did it a couple of times to get. I mean, I'll eventually have to do it multiple times just to farm Tusk Helms. But I guess I could technically just do Belial. That is an option.
Oh, look what the tide washed up.
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it? I'll be here, swinging away.
Hey, a legend dies. An terrible. Can't stop there. Come on, one more. I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure. Hey, oh nice. An nice. A terrible. A legendary prize for the mainlander. And it's terrible. A legendary. Hey, nice. Terrible. Can't stop there. Come on, one more.
Nope. Some fat got mythic helm from purple under siege today. Shitty stat, but works okay. I mean, yeah, as long as it works. I also have one. This is the only one that's not crafted. And the stats, I mean, it always comes with strength life, right? And then I just rolled something else into cooldown and it has fire resist. It's fine for now. I will not be able to use it for Soul League, of course. But it just has not the best stats anyway. I'll just be running a unique one. I will likely just be, even at the end of the season, I'll actually just be running unique Tuskhelm, unique Gores, and unique T12. And then I'll have to drop a Ramaladnis and a Grandfather and run Crafted Soul League. That's the plan. Because I would rather have good stats on all these uniques than to have them as mythic and have missing one or most likely two stats, right? I might have to move that over. Because my crafting stuff is gonna start to overflow here, I mean. So I wanna make sure. Wait, oh, we got ovals. Cool.
You know where to find me.
No pal gameplay sets, yeah. It be what it be. I don't even have gear for the barb because of the mythics. I was hoping I could play more paladin this season since it is technically better than it was last season, right? Even if not by much. And I wouldn't have to spend as much time on Whirlwind this season because I have time to figure everything out during the PTR. But considering I don't even have a single iconic mythic equipped right now, the prospects for me playing Paladin this season again, at least, you know, a lot, do not look good. Not to even talk about the war plans, right? That's even something else. Seen people with Barbarian 300 with stashes full of purple trash and they got no run uppies yet. It does drop, but having 300 Paragon is not that hard this season. Where they're getting all those mythics, that's the whole different question, but...
Been here for long ages. It's now newly woken. I thought to flee.
They likely have them from, you know,
to think for myself for once.
might be an eternal kind of angle.
It will no doubt spell my doom. I can smell death.
Because this season, not even like people that, you know,
It will come for me soon.
almost get them for free have a lot of mythics. Like this season having a stash full of mythics is something else. I'll have speedy builds this season. Zeal is fucking always check bar Nick Sword. with Zeal, as long as you have been battled and you're running the Oath, right? You just regen instant amount of HP, don't even need to worry about that. But speed-wise, the best one's probably Blessed Hammer. It's more damage than Wings, and honestly, I'm fairly certain it's better than Wings for speed farm. Both are good, to be fair, but I think it's better. Will you say? Blessed Hammer. It has more than enough damage for T12, and it's probably the fastest build on Paladin. Yeah, Hammer then, yeah. Get it done, get it done all the way.
You there! Please! Help us get out of here!
I don't even register when they appear anymore. I'm just kinda not even noticing them at some point. Okay, what we got? Oval Reserve. Oval Reserve again, and gold and Val Splendor. I think I'll go for the gold, I guess. Belt Splendor is somehow worse than Gold Reserve, even though it's a rare one. Just gives way less gold than Gold Reserve does. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about Classic Plus on World of Warcraft.
Fresh meat. Death is not enough.
I might actually play it. I've been itching to play WoW for a bit, and I really enjoyed the last time I played Classic. I didn't end up playing the full thing. I only got to like level 40 something, I think, because then I had other priorities at the time. But if you get Classic Plus though, that would be... It's not an if, it's gonna happen. It's more of a when. Sure. I'll potentially, since we're talking about MMOs, I don't know if it's a full MMO or not, but Echoes of Aincrad, it's a game based on the Sword Art Online anime, right? It is coming out in a week. Might peek it. You know, surely, like in a week, I'm gonna finish my build, right? In a week, I'm gonna have like a grandfather and a Selig and the mythic ramen. I'm gonna be happy, right? Surely. I might look into that game. If it's an actual MMO. If it's not an actual MMO, I'll probably just play it off stream at some point. If it's an MMO though, I need to actually look into it. Because, you know, it could be one of those, you know, technically Genshin is an MMO kind of situation. And if that's the type of MMO, I'll eventually just play it for the story or something. Question, can Divine Last Paladin also clear Armor 12? Yep. And you only use one iconic mythic, so you just gotta get the Starless and you don't have to worry about anything else. Because the other uniques, you can just run them without having them as mythic, right? One thing though, you'll potentially just run some legendary globs instead of Fist of Fate, but that just means it's easier to gear. Because unless you have a mythic Fist of Fate, they are not worth using. But you can just use a legendary one. Why don't you have a... Okay. You can just use a legendary one and you're not losing that much damage anyway. And it's a lot more flexible stat-wise, right?
Mainlander, what brings you?
Obels is fine, this one is trash, fine, trash, trash. Let me see if I have enough. I might have enough for Topaz now. Ooh, close. We need 7 more and we can max out our Topaz. I'm worried to send them into brick wall of the class not being strong enough. It is definitely strong enough for T12. Lance was able to clear 120. I can't remember if it was 25 or 26 on the PTR. So that's more than strong enough to even speed farm 105 and close to speed farm 110. And again, it's much easier to gear than a Barbarian. Because you only use one iconic mythic, you only use the Starless. And the rest you don't need the iconic mythic, you don't need mythics, right? You just run it without mythics. It's incredibly tanky as well, which is very nice. It's really good for speed farming. Because, you know, it is a mobility skill. Let me wait for the ads before I start answering the questions. What we got here? Let's get a new one. You have to get mythics, you just spray. That's kinda... That's just how it goes. Which secondary aspects do we have on the amulet? Anger management or battle med, whichever one you get there, you get the other one on the boots. Will Paladin never be super strong again? Probably not, and it shouldn't, but it should be strong, right? It should be as strong as the other classes. But yeah. It will probably never be as busted as it was the season it came out, and that's to be expected. Which 2 sets should I combine for Whirlwind with Mythic Seal? I personally would recommend not even using the Mythic Seal. Unless you got a Mythic Seal with really good stats, there's no real point. If you do, you have 2 options. You either run Berserking with the big one, with the big, what's the name? Do I have one here? You either run Berserking with Chesterland Fury, or Berserking with... where's the other one? The one that uses weapon swapping. I'm forgetting the name of that set. And I don't have it here. Those are kind of the options you have. Why can I run? Okay, I can TP from here, I guess. Our Paladin was goated? Yeah, well... Right now it's not so goated. The problem with Arden is that it doesn't really have a set that it can properly use, right? Like it can... Ooh! I'm gonna save that just in case. It has sets, but there's not one that's like really good for it.
This place is unsettling.
Why are we always the ones who get...
Arlene also suffered a bit by the wolves not being auto-include on the build anymore, right? Not necessarily because of the lack of vulnerable, although it did help, right? But because he already wanted to run the wolves for the free vulnerable, and it also increased the Arlene damage, especially on single target. They also lost something there as well. It might still be worth running them, right? It's just not, they don't give you as much value as they did before. Get creative with the sets. We'll see. There's definitely, they definitely missed some archetypes. Like for example, the Argent Veil set, it has that 5-set bonus that you activate all the ultimates upon casting Argent Veil, right? And you can actually make a really fun build with it. Like a build where you're just spamming ults. It's really fun. It's Omega chaotic, but it's fun. Problem is, it doesn't do damage. The reason is, your main source of damage is Zenith, because you get to cast it for 10 seconds after. The issue with that is, you cannot put points into Zenith or any other ultimate, because you already put points into your Arbiter, right? So yeah, you cannot put any passives, you cannot put skill points into it, right? If they actually allowed people with the set to put multiple points, you could only put one ultimate on your bar, right? But you could actually spend points on the other ultimates. You could make a really fun build with that. Because the build is there, it just doesn't have damage right now. You can even get it to do T12, it just cannot farm it, you know, efficiently. It's an incredibly fun build, but it be what it be. Y'all get yawning as well. It's contagious, apparently. It's a tap. It's one of the. It's one of the few things that's actually contagious over the internet when you think about it. Because there's nothing like physically speaking that makes a yawn contagious. It's just the simple act of someone yawning just triggers like a ape brain kind of thing in us. That was just like, oh, I'm gonna yawn as well. It's one of the few things that's actually contagious over the internet when you think about it, which is kind of cool in a way. I mean, that and misinformation, am I right? We're getting too real, okay, we're getting too real, we need to go back. We need to go back. King Grass, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. Purple demand to drop, yeah, which brings me to the question, which purple do you build from the jeweler if you only had the helmet dropped? Grandfather. Two-handers to try and get grandfather. 100%. CCDR number you aim for until focusing on other offensive stats. It's 60 something, but basically need to get your Wrath of Berserker under 35 seconds cooldown. It comes around to 61 or something like that percent cooldown. Sure. Yeah, it's that one. It's the Whirlwind one there. I'm currently running the 1 mythic setup-ish. I don't quite have the gear that I have there, but the gear that's there is the most optimal one. I've not been able to get the grandfather myself, sadly. Ooh, another topaz. Ooh. What's your reserve and Forgotten Wisdom? My Forgotten Wisdom is about to run out. Yeah, I should do it. It's 2 good ones. Following your guides, appreciate them. You're welcome. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. Glad to hear. Yeah. Ooh, look what it is. Here's Rich.
Perhaps a prize inside.
Oh yeah, since we're talking about like random human things that we just our monkey brains do, right? Another one is like the reason a baby crying is annoying to you is actually because it's a survivability thing and kind of a genetic selection in a way. Because and the reason like other animals crying doesn't bother you, other animal babies crying doesn't bother you, but specifically human babies crying annoys the hell out of you, right? Or out of most people, right? It's simply because if you had a parent that got annoyed whenever you were crying as a baby, they were more likely to check in on you to make sure you stopped crying, so they would not be annoyed anymore, right? And that meant you are more likely to survive as a baby if your parents get annoyed by baby crying, which means then you'd keep that gene would survive and keep on progressing forwards into the future, right? It's kind of I don't know. I find there's like bits of I think it's more biology information. To be fair, I do have a degree in biology, right? Like, so I guess that makes sense. I find it interesting, but I find those like those kind of, they're not really, how do you say this? They're not really smart things that, you know, the humans of today would do intentionally, but it's just something that we have because it used to be really important for survival, right? We just kind of, you know, it is what it is. Now it's there now. Like, it's just a random thing that you'd not think twice about it until you start actually thinking about it and you realize how it came to be, right? If you have Seal of Diamond Mind, could you switch 4-piece Crucible plus 2 Fury and just wear Endurance Fate instead of gloves? No. You can use that set, but you just not run Endurance Fate. Gores gives you way more damage than being able to run that.
I'll turn this in.
And I would only consider ever doing that if you actually have a good Seal of the Diamond Mind. If your Seal of the Diamond Mind is trash like mine, I would never consider that. I'll just rather run a decent unique with a good legendary seal, and yeah. Good. Oh, don't mind me. Free helmet, then we should go to town first, right? Sure. Might be able to get a couple more whispers done. Is there a point at which you should go Fizz Vol instead of crit damage? Look at a lot of people going for less crit damage and more of the other. You need to do a balancing act, basically. Generally speaking, you go for crit damage on your weapons, and then on the jewelry you prioritize vulnerable. Because weapons give you a bunch of crit, you also get a bunch of physical from the weapons thanks to the jewels. The only thing you're missing is vulnerable, right? As you can see here, this one, I just have both of them, right? Here I have crit damage because I should probably swap this now that I have the gold. But that crit damage should also be vulnerable. And here on the gloves, as you can see, I'm even running a 850 pair. Sorry, 850 pair because it rolled with crit chance and vulnerable damage. Generally speaking, it's gonna be gloves, rings, and amulet, vulnerable damage. And then the weapons just cover the fizz and crit damage. You want to spread them out as much as you can. Because if you just take a bunch of one, you just end up losing a bunch of damage from the other sources.
It is done.
It's much better to spread out your damage, basically. Your damage multipliers, that is. For example, if you have a 200 multiplier, that's 3 times damage. If you have two 100% multipliers, that's 4 times damage. And this gets even bigger the bigger amount of multipliers, the bigger multipliers you have, right? Let's say you have a 300% multiplier, that's 4 times damage. If you have 3 100% multipliers, that's an 8 times damage, right? So you really want to spread them out as much as you can. We need, yeah, alright. Okay, I'm here for the whisper. Where's this is a fisher, right? Yes. Doing well, I'm following your Divine Lightning and build. I'm wondering why you choose Word of Inspiration for a rally. One of your skills are justice skills. It doesn't matter too much, because it doesn't really do much. I was running I am running on the... I just ended up removing it from the endgame guide. But if you go to the push it up, I'm actually running... I'm also running a consecration, right? And that the justice there helped the consecration. I ended up removing it from the endgame and forgot to replace the rally one. But ultimately it doesn't really matter. The rally, the only thing rally is mostly there to give you is the crit chance. You can remove that point and put it somewhere else. Putting it on the resource doesn't really help, because the resource it gives you, it's meaningless. You can move it to... At that point, you're like, it doesn't impact... I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter, right? You can move it to the aura, but it doesn't really do anything realistically, so... I didn't even think about moving it. Technically, it's more optimal to move it somewhere else, because it's not doing anything on that setup. But... yeah, even if you move it somewhere else, it's not really gonna do much anyway. Because you already have your spear maxed out, which is your damage, of course. You already have the Defiance and Fanatism aura maxed out, which are really important. And you already have the Fortress maxed out. Falling Star doesn't matter. And the other aura... Technically, putting a point there gives you a bit more, gives you a 0.1% more fortify whenever you use it, but the fortification you get from that aura is, when compared to the fortification you get from your oath, right? It's very, very small. I still don't know what's the use of these things. You need to do them slow so you can proc these things and go kill the goblins. But then what? Like, if I kill them, this is gonna end. Right? What the... This gives you nothing. And it's bugged, it didn't end. Well, screw me, I guess. Look at my stats, I get crit damage from Iron Gear, 250 bone and 850 all damage. It's not necessarily evening them out all to the same number, because crit damage you'll just have more because it has bigger rolls, right? It's more evening out your investment into them. You'll like the crit damage you have will always be like 2 times higher than the vulnerable damage you have. It's more about trying to kind of balance them out. Balancing the investment out, right? Let's go back to over here. Lazy Blizz? Kinda. I don't say... No, it's not necessarily being lazy, but... we will see what they say. I really hope they just say it was unintended, but... we will find out possibly after the weekend. I'm guessing because 4th of July was coming and stuff like that. That's why I haven't gotten a response yet, but... Oh, I might... I was stuck in the wall there. Cool. Oh, where's the... down there, okay. We'll just make our way down there. Get all the hell rims we can in the way. Game. Oh. Oh. Are we back, guys? Oh. Oh. Think we're back? We're back? Okay.
That will come in handy.
My internet died there for a second. Not sure if I'm... Okay, there we go. We are connected into the game. Very slowly we are connecting back. There we go. Okay, there we go. Can my Whirlwind game push build shows tempered GA and critical strike multiplier instead of weapon damage? It's just more damage. Like it's you get more damage from that than increasing weapon damage. That's basically it. No secret there. Generally speaking, unless you have like crazy sanctification or crazy transfigurations, it's always the masterwork and GA. It's always going to be between strength and crit damage, and weapon damage is behind those two. That's kind of just how it is.
This should be interesting.
I'm running these things because I'm hoping to get a proper mythic charm. Because for pushing, I kind of want to try doing a double set kind of situation potentially. Am I enjoying still self-found? I mean, it's a bit... It shouldn't be too early to say. But the thing is, one of the biggest things is you being able to compete on the tower without having to worry about, you know, where people are sourcing their gear from. But the thing is, no one has gear yet. Because of the mythic situation, right? No one actually has their builds fully online yet. So it makes it a bit awkward to say. Because I do enjoy that I don't feel any pressure whatsoever to trade. That is a nice plus. Because like if you play on the normal one and you do care about tower to any degree, you have to trade, right? You just have to. If you don't trade, you have worst gear and you have no gold, right? So that's one big plus. You just don't have that pressure. But at the same time, this season, there's not. I have done a 125. I've gotten like, I think it was 13. I could have even gotten top 10 if I actually properly pushed, because I still finished with multiple, like 2 or 3 minutes left. So I could definitely do a higher one. But you know, my gear is so far from being the final one, right? It just feels kind of pointless to actually go and compete on the tower until I actually have the full build online. Because I'm not making my build optimal for pushing, right? I'm making my build optimal for farming and investing currency, gold and stuff like that, and time into making a build especially for pushing, just to, you know, crash it in 1 or 2 days. Just feels kind of wasteful for with my time, right? Is there a benefit to getting loot in Soul 12 found? No. It's more of a competitiveness kind of thing. If you care about pushing tower and you actually care about competing there, Soul 12 found is the way to go, because, you know, no one is getting freebies on gear, or, you know, getting gear by you know, my friend from another country just happened to give me all of this gear kind of situation, right? And I gave him a nice gift as well in return, you know? That situation cannot happen on Soul 12 found either. So there's that.
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it? Now then, where would you begin?
Ooh. We got double dungeon. Double escalation. I guess these two are better. Is getting T12 the same as last season? I mean, it's one of the ways it's still the cube, but the seasonal boss dropped a bunch of generic uniques. It's not as good as other boss for target farming a specific unique, because there's like 30 general ones, while the other bosses only have like 4 or 5 on their loot pool, right? But it's one of the ways. It's at least a bit easier this season. Remember, if you're gambling 40 volts, gamble on a paladin. Because paladins can still get strength. And they have less unique pent. Just make a level 1 paladin and gamble on it. Just put all the white ancestral pens on your stash, go to the paladin, and gamble on that guy. Because paladins only have Arcadia, while we on Barb have at least 2 of them. We have the minions, we have Shane Gorgers, and Ariat's Bearing at the very... I can't remember if you have another one or not, but we at least have 2 of them. So, you know, it's just better odds on a paladin. It's not like you need to level it or anything, you just gotta create one and gamble on it. Does the cube mythic chiller, does any 20 weapon works? Does it has to be a sword? I do not know. I have not messed around with the jeweler that much yet. I'm assuming as long as you put the 200 sword, it will just, you know, give your grandfather the rupture weapon as well. But yeah, I do not know for sure because I've not messed around with it yet. I don't really have a reason to craft grandfather right now, because I already have, my build is already strong enough for T12 as it is. So I will just save my crafts for Soul League whenever I actually get the rest of the setup going. Gem Reserve. Let's go Gem Reserve. Ghost self found. Yeah, if it's not for you, that's fine. Barb's best this season, yep. They're like... And there's 2 Whirlwind builds as well. There's this one, and then there's the Whirlwind Mighty Throw build, which is also very good. So, 2 Whirlwind builds at the top. As it should be, right? As it should be. Splendid weapon. Oh. On the cube, I'm almost certain it's by type. Right? But yeah, if it's just two-hander, then yeah. It's all the two-handers. Don't try, but sometimes play with friends. Yeah, if you play with friends, then, I mean, it is what it is, right? You don't really have a choice there. That's one of the downsides. Like, I cannot play with anyone, even if I'm doing Feral Horde and stuff like that, I cannot play with viewers or anything like that, which kinda sucks. Like, having no pressure to trade at all, like, just feels amazing.
Fresh meat.
Like, and by the way, I'm someone that really likes trading. I love trading in PoE. My problem is that D4 trading is not actually integrated into the game, while PoE and Last Epoch are. And you have to go to a third site, a third party site, right? They don't even have any API access in no way, shape, or form. So the trades cannot be simplified. There's a bunch more friction. It's just not a good experience at all to trade in D4. Ola Reserve, Amethyst Reserve, and Emerald Reserve. Whatever, doesn't matter. We just take one of the reserves. My body gave up on Paladin and went straight through it. Understandable. It is what it is. I was planning to play a bit more Paladin this season, but considering how hard it is to gear my Barbarian as it is, I don't know if I'll be playing a secondary class this season. I will have a Paladin just to test stuff, but like when it comes to actually playing the game, I don't think I want to invest the extra time, you know, that it would take to actually get another character online. Not only that, I'll also have to level the warp lands, right? So, yes. You know, it's there's definitely some friction there, let's say. Is your current barb able to kill T12 Lilith and Mephisto? Yeah, we have killed Mephisto multiple times already. You do have to do a couple of mechanics, because we can no longer face tank him like last season, nor can we one-shot him. But we have more than enough damage to do it fast, and we have more than enough mobility to easily dodge the stuff. Yo, true bill. Awesome. Layer of keys, resource of keys. Sure, whatever. How is medium barb this season? As far as I know, pretty good. It's for pushing, it will potentially be better than barb. Than Whirlwind. Pally has been okay at 100 in pit, but thinking of switching from hammer to lance. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, like, it's not necessarily that Paladin is bad. Like, honestly, I think Paladin, within itself, it's pretty well balanced. All the builds are kinda close to each other for the most part. With some exceptions, right? But, you know. Some other classes just have builds that are overperforming a bit too much, right? Well, yeah, that's a good pair for that's a good pair for the Paladin. Not really. Nick Madog, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, I was gonna say welcome, but you're already here. D4 sucks. I tried once and it was like, nah, fuck this. Yeah. Like, the trade in D4 is there. It was not made with trading in mind, right? It was made with playing with friends in mind, right? That's what the trading is in the game for. But, I mean, it is what it is, right? What runes do you need to craft amulet?
Stones to cut, gems to set.
So the bottom ones, okay. So that would be invocation. Yo, Snake Freddy, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And be a ranger as well. Thanks for the follow. Oh yeah, that's the level. I actually don't know if the ultimate level actually influences this or not. Wacko, thanks for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. I don't know if ultimate level actually, because like you cannot get rarer runes than legendary, right? So maybe you can get more of them. But I'm thinking about trying Zeal Paladin. Would you recommend it? It's decent enough. I mean, like any Paladin build, it's not the best class out there. It's more than decent enough for T12 though, for farming T12, right? It's more than strong enough. Oh, I didn't complete that, whoops. We might still be able to max attunement. If you like Zeal, it's more than good enough. Like, it's definitely not at the state that you wouldn't want to play it. It's still fun and you can still easily make it strong enough for T12. But, you know, it is the Paladin build. And Paladin kinda is what it is this season. Yeah, no worries. Right, so... Alright, I paid 500 Forgotten Souls for legendary runes, but I can't help but notice I have no legendary runes here. I think we're not only being scammed on mythics, guys, we're being scammed on runes as well. Because none of these are mythic ones. Not mythic, none of these are legendary ones. Even though I paid for legendaries to specifically drop, not even one of them is legendary. Alright. I see how the cookie crumbles. I see. Leveling time and skills. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to stream. I mean, Paladins and always will. I'll find a way to make it work. Yeah, that's the spirit. That's what I always do with Whirlwind. No matter the season, even if it's not the strongest, I always make it strong enough. I've never had a season in D4 that I couldn't play Whirlwind and do all the content quite easily. But to be fair, the Whirlwind is a bit of an outlier because Whirlwind is extremely flexible, especially before Lord of Hatred, right? If pure Whirlwind was bad, you could play Whirlwind Earthquake. If Whirlwind Earthquake was bad, you could play Whirlwind Dust Devils. If Whirlwind Dust Devils was bad, you could play Whirlwind Lucky Hit, right? you always had a way to pull Whirlwind off. Now we're kind of a lot more locked in to stuff, so it's not as easy, but you know. Blizzard scammed us, yeah. Is Nick Talisman's drop nerfed? Because I didn't drop a single one so far for me. Wait, Nick Talismans? I don't think they are, no. I have dropped a bunch of them. You just gotta do stuff that just naturally drops a lot of talismans. So, doing Undercity Tribute, the one... this one here. Or doing bosses. Bosses also drop a lot of charm stuff. Any good stuff? No, right? Nope, nope, nope.
May you find your way back.
Got mythic seals and true to Arden. Yeah, I think everyone... I don't know if it was intentional. I think everyone got like one mythic seal early on. Because I've gotten one. I've seen everyone I know get one as well right at the start of the season. So I don't know if they actually hard-coded one to drop at some point. I don't know, because those things are like extremely rare to drop. Last season I played a bunch and I think only got like 10 or so. And this season, first day of the season, I had one. So that was definitely sus. Are the DPS calculators online to compare which stats aspect skills are better for individual build? You do have the max roll planner. There's a calculator. I don't know if it's fully updated for Lord of Hatred yet, because they completely changed everything. And as far as I'm aware, there's no other one that, you know, that's a full calculator. You can have a look at the damage the damage article we have on Maxroll and try and understand and calculate things yourself. But a full-on calculator, there's not one out yet. The Maxroll planner will eventually have that one fully updated, but it's not yet fully up. It can give you an idea already, but it's not fully updated yet. Okay, we do have a reserve. It's not the best, but we can cover stuff later. Nope. No, my internet died there for a second again. Before the cable, the internet cable outside is just melting because of the, you know, just literally melting. Doubt it, because those cables are meant to, you know, handle extreme hits, but because all the energy going on inside, right? But still.
I never thought I'd be throwing my lot in with this rabble, but here I am. Maybe I can organize these bandits into something that resembles an effective unit. At least effective enough to allow me an escape when the church eventually finds us.
National Farm Forgotten Souls. I mean, material reserves. Material reserves are 100% the way. Like, depending on the level, they can give up to 60 to 70 souls per chest. They're really good, and they also give you cool materials. That's a nice plus. Material reserve, forgotten wisdom, ruptures, gold reserve. Well, we're gonna do material reserve and refresh our wisdom. Our wisdom is, yeah, not a lot of time left there, so we didn't open this one. Oops.
Excellent find.
There we go. Ooh, are you good? It does have decent stats, but I will keep it. I might have a use for it whenever I swap the league.
Fresh meat.
Ooh, is that the Fist of Fate or another endurance fight? Dude, I literally, like I said earlier today, I've been dropping these things like candy this season. No clue why. Dude, what the hell is this poison? Probably because I'm standing these massive explosions, but you know, maybe something else. Yeah, almost 260 without even trying too much.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Okay, it's probably gonna be that one. Riches of Keys. Yep. I mostly want boss keys, and I mostly want the ones for the seasonal boss, so this is probably just the best way for me to get them. Many do I have? Oh, 0 right now. There we go.
I'll turn this air to smoke and ash. Nothing back.
Holy.
How sweet the pain of destruction.
So let me see, which one is this gonna give me? It should give me the... What a scam. They nerfed that. This used to be Belial, Belial stuff, so now they should be the other keys, but they aren't. What a scam. I just accidentally crafted, Grandfather, but it didn't have the stats you're using in your build. Should I keep it or try to get it with the right stats? Keep it, 100%. Just try to just get the stats in the priority you have there. And if you're running Salig, make sure to remove light if you happen to get it. Alright? That's the important part. Other than that, just swap one of the stats out and you'll be good. If you're not playing Salig, ignore the life comment. Like, you're mostly running it for the 30% critical strike chance, right? It's insane. Really good. Yeah, no worries. When did they change the blacksmith mythic crafting yesterday I got the chest? They gave me the item directly. I think they have been doing that ever since the season started. I don't know. I'm fairly certain they have. Maybe, you know, maybe I've been gaslighting myself, I don't know.
I'm being followed.
Excellent find.
I guess we'll try to hit the 16 on all of them. It's still 16. Ooh. Well, maybe next time. What is the best poly build? Depends what you want to do. Like for general play, probably Lance. The best speed farmer, Blessed Hammer. But for bossing, probably Clash.
To me, knights! Rain down!
The people of Sanctuary are grateful. They've sent their regards.
Huge loot, guys. Huge loot. We go next, right? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. I mean, this is pretty good, right? Yeah. It do seem pretty juicy. 20. Goddamn, we're gonna have to wait 20 seconds. Let's go do some whispers then. You see other zone with whispers as well? Yes, okay, good. Can go there after this one then. Then we wait like 1 minute and the Altide should be up, hopefully. I'm starting to get a bunch of routes. I probably should just... I need to look back at my notes and see which routes give you what on certain zones and potentially just start placing them down whenever I'm doing Altides in that zone. They made the strat of doing it in dungeons a bit more annoying, but it's still doable. It's just a bit more annoying to pull off, because then you have to wait 7 minutes to be able to set it up. But I'm fairly certain it's still worth it. Like, they didn't necessarily nerf the drops, right? They just nerfed the how fast it is to execute. So instead of taking like 2 minutes or 3 minutes to set it up, it takes 7 minutes. It's not like you still take like 5 minutes or so to properly clear it, and you know, take all the enemies away. So it's not, it only increased the timing of doing the strat by, you know, 3 minutes or so. So like 30% extra time to do the strat. It was not that big of a nerf. Oh yeah, that also... Oh yeah, this also works everywhere else, not just the Hell Tides, right? That's interesting. I'm sure one day that will actually influence something and you'll be able to get a bunch of loot from something. I'm calling it. There'll be one day that the strat will be get 3 mind cages and go kill this guy in this corner of the map or something like that. I'm calling it. Give it like 9 months, so like 3 seasons, and it's gonna happen.
It is done.
I can see the future, trust.
That's it for that piece.
They still haven't fixed this thing that to dismantle these things you have to go on the... You have to go on this guy over here. The blacksmith. Oh, Forgotten Wisdom 1, that's gonna be good to save.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Yeah, we do have Hell Tide, so let's go to this side, because this is the best side for the Hell Rims. Right, let's build up our strat, so let's find one of the big breach things. Surely there'll be one down there, maybe? Question mark? Oh, there's one here, okay. I'm not using Grandfather's Sword? Nope, I don't have it. Simply, I do not have it. Where's the legendary chest in the zone? Down there, okay. I have many things, one of them is not a grandfather. Julia cubed 1? Nope. 0 luck there. I'm just running with the crafted ramen. I did get lucky on that one. A crafted ramen was the first thing I got. Just put the random sword in and I got the ramen. It's like, oh! First day of the season, so, and that's what I've been using. I'm not investing any materials or anything like that. Don't do crafting grandfather from the other sources. Because I'm just gonna use them to try and get a good Solig at some point. If I happen to get the grandfather from the random mythic on the blacksmith, I will change to it. But if I don't, I'll just play with this. I'm more than strong enough to do T12 anyway, so who cares, right? And then I'll have materials to gamble for a big Selig whenever the time comes. But takes my crit chance way past 100. Yeah, you do have to remove crit chance elsewhere, but it's 100% worth it. Yeah, let's go open the chest, kill double boss, and then come here for 2 massive hell tides. Also 120 damage loss from the aspect or damage too much? No. Grandfather is a 120 aspect as well. Accidentally went out. You're not losing anything there. How much is my crit chance now? 95 or so, I think. And definitely not capped. So I have 77 plus Gar. That's 87. Where's Gar? Here. That's 87 plus 5% from the Paragon. So I'm at like 92.6 crit chance right now. It is what it is, you know? And we go back again. Yeah. So we just have to get 1,500. You know, that's easy. Actually is. We can probably do it in 10 minutes with some luck. There we go. I should not be going around killing enemies. Because you don't want to proc the chase thing too early, right? You want to use it to summon as much of these things as you can. Another big one. Nice. We're gonna definitely have to do another hunt cycle though. Because we're definitely gonna proc this one.
See what you've earned.
How the hell did I not proc that? I will take it. There's also one more than here. Nope. Once we proc it, I'll just use the chests to build the charge back up. Because I'm gonna have to start opening them anyway. Might as well do it for the hunt. Come on, there should be one here. Yes! I'm just gonna wait here so we can just go all the way back and start opening chests.
Light, show me mercy!
Fresh meat.
Thanks for the content. Just a quick question. Worm spawn is fixed? Yes. It's always in a specific spot. I just kinda know them almost by heart now. They only appear in those spots, and for them to appear, you need to be hunted. Or more correctly, the more hunted you are, as you can see, there's a small, I don't know if you can see this, it's very hard to see. There's a small thing here, that's the first hunt, then there's another one here, the second hunt, right? Or the second level of being hunted. the higher the level of you being hunted, the more likely it is for them to show up. That's why you see me whenever I get to a Hell Tide in the first time, I go and do one of these things, right? One of these ruptures to get this hunt to the second level. That way it's a lot more likely for me to find the Hell Rims, right? I might actually do it here to get some of the hunt, because opening the chest alone will not give me enough. And then you just go around and around those spots, and if they'll, because the Hell Rims also have a cooldown, right? Because you cannot just sit on top of one and proc it forever. They do have an internal cooldown. So whenever they don't spawn, it's just because they are on cooldown or because you don't have enough threat. Yep, I got the threat I wanted. For example, if I go over there, there's a good likelihood I'll proc one. Because I got max threat and there's one that spawns here. It's not yet out of cooldown because I just opened it coming down last time, right? Same thing here, there's one there, there's one over here, this position. There's one here and one over here. But they are on cooldown, so they won't proc. There's one over here that's really likely to proc. I don't think I've procced it in a while. But there's also other people in the zone, right? So they could have procced it. There's one over here. That's not a cooldown. Oh, actually, it was off cooldown. It was just a bit above. There we go. And there's two up here, one here, and one here. None of them. Okay. There's one. This one. I know there's one somewhere here. Okay, yeah, there we go. I didn't know if it was here or if it was on that other side, but I don't know all of them yet. But I have a good idea of where they are now. Changing my life. There's a map, there's a max roll map. The Hell Tides has some of them, but last time I checked, the max roll one has more of them. I think Woody has been updating it because he's also been running this strat. And it tells you almost, if not all, the places you can find Hell Rims at. For example, there's one over here as well. Not proccing. There's one all the way down there, but I'm not gonna go over that. Oh, there we go. It was, see? It was not off cooldown. I waited a bit. It came off cooldown, it just bursted down. Okay, we have more than enough cinders now. I'm just gonna go around opening chests to complete the whisper. I'm gonna go here, I guess, whatever. Can I craft a grandfather by upgrading around the 200 unique in the cube? Yep.
Excellent fight.
I'll open this one. F it. It's a bit too overkill, but it's fine. I just had a bug that almost pulled me through the floor. Is it known? There's a... It happens sometimes. It's very rare. I've been stuck under the floor before as well. I've actually seen... There was one time that I ended up being in a group with one of the Blizzard's devs. One of Blizzard devs. Actually, not a dev. It was a CM. Community manager, right? And we were playing, and he blinked out of the map. Under the map, I mean. During the season of Blood. And we just submitted the report right there, you know? It was kind of wild that he actually was the one to get bugged, but you know? It's very rare. It only happens under specific situations. Worst case scenario, you just gotta TP to town, right? TP to town and you're fixed. If you get stuck under town, you can still TP to town, so yeah. On certain places you might not be able to TP to town, you might need to disconnect, but... There we go. Oh, we might get to 60 from the table. Will we get to 60? Rage. There we go. 260. Perfect. Alright. Alright, on that note, guys, I think I'm gonna end the stream here for today. I'm melting like a popsicle in the Sahara Desert right now. So we're gonna chill for a bit, cause my PC definitely is not helping. Tomorrow we should stream for a bit longer. I wanted to stream at least 2 more hours today, but I'm getting cooked alive in here, so I'll probably try to go out a bit, or at least go lay in the tiled floor of the entrance of my house, because I'm sure it's super cool down there. But yeah, anyway, guys, thanks for coming. We got a lot of stuff done today. Actually, it might not seem like it, but we made a lot of progress. I need to actually go craft the gems, but we made an insane progress towards maxing out our gems. We also got a bunch of keys to kill some more bosses tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably get 270 Paragon, which basically will mean we'll get all our gems leveled up. Not all our gems, all our Paragon unlocked, basically, and then we're just putting strength. And hopefully we'll farm more mythics today. We have a bunch of keys, we'll be using them tomorrow for sure. And hopefully we'll finally get the Grandfather. As long as I get the Grandfather, I can then go the Salik setup. I would also like to get the Ramaladness, but Grandfather at least I would like to drop it. There, guys. Anyway, thanks for coming. Tomorrow I'll be streaming again. We'll start more or less the same time of today, 1 GMT more or less, right after I have lunch. And we'll be streaming until dinner. Because tomorrow it's actually gonna be like 5 or 6 degrees lower than today. So I will have, I will not be melting like a popsicle. Sweet, thanks for the follow as well. Oh yeah, if you want to get notified when I do go live, follow or join the Discord to get notified. But yeah, bye bye guys. See you guys tomorrow for, we're gonna get all the mythics tomorrow, trust. On the YouTube side as always, see you guys tomorrow. I can send you guys anywhere. I'll have a video talking about that aspect that I talked about earlier on stream. That's kind of a bait, but you can check the guide for the one mythic as well. It's live on the channel. I uploaded it 5 hours ago. Anyway, bye-bye YouTube. Bye-bye. On the Twitch side, we're gonna be raiding Lost the Burger. He's a really cool guy. He makes a lot of lore stuff, which I really like to watch. So let's go over there. Give him good